All right. Looks like we are living. We are living and painting. So I couldn't find my hair tie, so I'm wearing a hat. Wearing this hat here. Summertime in Los Angeles. Can't paint with the I can paint with the doors closed, but it's good to get air in the room. We're gonna be doing two paintings. We're gonna be working on this painting, building it up a little bit further, and then we're gonna go to. We're gonna start another painting that I have in mind. So we're gonna work on two paintings. Let's work on two paintings here. It's pretty hot right now. It's 87 degrees. Now I know if you're living in like Vegas or you're living in like Arizona, it's probably laughable that anybody thinks 87 is hot, but it's pretty hot. I don't know how people, maintain painting practices in super hot regions of the world. Excuse me. All right. So we'll be working on quite a lot of painting, but right now, let's see. How do I want to start? I want to start by. Let me start by building up some color. And let's go. So if you're wondering who this is a, credit to the artist. This is a portrait of Sun Diaz, Sondiaze. She's a performance artist. I don't know too many of the details, but just an outrage artist, I guess is one way to put it. And she basically takes photos on top of piles of garbage, and it just sounds ridiculous because it is. But, if it wasn't going to be her, it's going to be some other smart, outrageous, brilliant artist. And you know what? I just felt like I had to paint it. It just so ridiculous, but so ingenious. The work that she's doing. Or maybe it's not ingenious. Maybe I am totally off key here and I am being sucked into the world of contemporary art. Kelly Willard says hi. What's up, Kelly? How's it going? What's the meaning? What's the meaning of this painting? Like as far as meaning goes, you can interpret a lot of ways. Maybe this is my way of connecting with the reality, aka the internet, because she's a social media influencer. I don't actually know her personally. Or maybe this is just, my interpretation of absurdity. Or maybe in my painting there's no meaning at all, but the actual meaning to her as an artist is something, and maybe the question should go to her. So honestly, there could be so many meanings, but I don't typically I want to say like only 1 out of like 10 of my paintings, 10% of my paintings have like a meaning beyond what you see in the picture. And it's usually in my like abstract stuff, which I only do once in a while. But here we go. We're gonna use this yellow paint, this Charvin oil paint that I just recently got. We're just gonna build up some color here. I want to build up some color, build up some yellow, just build up our yellow here. Just using this device to build up some yellow all around. I'm very thank you, Kelly. Appreciate you. So what brought you in today? Did you just get out of work and you're just like, hey, let me support an artist by watching their YouTube channel? You know, if you can't, for whatever reason, you can't purchase artwork, another great way to support them is simply by, checking them out on social media, interacting with their posts, and telling the algorithm that this is a channel worth visiting. Got a lot of options available, but it is absolutely great that you've tuned in. And isn't it great that YouTube sent you something? Isn't it great that YouTube sent you something that you actually enjoy and that you find interest in? Isn't that great? YouTube's awesome. I love YouTube. That's why I like streaming on YouTube. I also stream on Amazon, so shout out to all my Amazon viewers as well. But YouTube has been my primary platform for the longest. So thank you to YouTube for helping me to share my voice, to share my ideas. So do I sell paintings? I have paintings for sale. But if you want originals, that's like, we usually have to go through private conversation. But if you want prints, there are prints in the link in my profile. So you could go to my eBay page and you could buy prints, full-size canvas prints I have. I wish I would have done the YouTube channel pic of her squatting over a porta potty. She's got a bunch, and you just got to make a decision, right? Like, if it calls for it, if this becomes popular, a thing, then maybe I might do more. But I didn't even know she had a YouTube channel. So that's great that she has one. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen her YouTube channel, but yeah, hilarious, right? She is an artist, comedian. Artist, comedian. So thank you for asking, Kelly. Very much appreciated. I have full-size canvas prints. Not for all my paintings, though. Some of them I just haven't taken that time to fully upload. So if you ever go through my Instagram, at Huzzah Creative, if you ever go through my Instagram and you see something that you like, let me know. If you see something that you like, let me know, and I can upload it as a print for you if it hasn't been sold already, because if it's already been sold, then I can't really get a photo of it. But just making this look more like a little wheat field. And we're just, throwing in all these little like expressive little marks here. And it helps to give it like a texture, a design. But so awesome that you checked her out, Dave. Great that you checked her out. Look for her. Am I an American? Before anybody says anything, take a guess based on how I talk. Do I talk like an American? Do I speak like an American? Is my accent very American? Or maybe I'm Australian. Or maybe I'm Canadian. Or maybe I'm British and I just don't have a British accent. Let's see if you can guess. You guess? Yep, absolutely American. What's up, Code? USA. Yes. raised in the good old US of A. Good old US of A. Love this place. Wanda Marquez says, I am educated. Wow. Thank you. That is a funny comment to say. I find that very interesting because it's like, how do you know I'm educated based on just what you've seen today? How do you know? How can you know for sure just based on what I've said? How can anybody know? But thank you. I do appreciate the words. They're very helpful. I'm gonna hop in here. We're gonna start another portrait here in a little bit, but I first wanted to start with this to capture these yellows and capture these yellows. And what am I painting with right now? I actually don't have this listed on my stream right now, but these are the Charvin oil paints. Let me see if I can add anything here. Can I add? Let's see. No, I can't add this. So these are Charvin fine oil paints from France. They come in a pack of 5. I need to actually add these to my list of things that I offer. But great, I love having mass packs and collections of colors because it gives you a really good variety of stuff to work with. And right now I'm just trying to capture the vibrance of a field of wheat. So in a field of wheat, you got stems, you got stalks, you got all sorts of things. And you got to be able to capture it. How do you capture stems and stalks and all these things? How do you capture that? So we're going to come down like this and I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. I do want to, work on a face a little bit. Work on a face and body. But as far as overall, design goes, I have, this is the thing that's so easy to have so much fun and get lost just doing this part that I'm doing. This part, AKA, doing the expressive brushwork in the negative space. When I say negative space, I mean, all the space that's surrounding this piece. French paint sounds fancy. Yeah, sure sounds fancy. French paint straight from France. Look at this. It says Fabrique en France. Fabriqué en France, which means made in France. Fine oil color made with poppy oil. So it's a poppy oil. Interesting. I didn't realize that it was a poppy oil, or that it was going to be a poppy oil. So now I know. So just using up my paints here, getting this field nice and having all sorts of lines and line work here. And let's see what else. I need another brush that can help me lay down some good lines here. Maybe this one will do. And then we're going to come like this. Let's bring some line work down, some high contrasting lines here. Maybe even some pink. Let's grab a little bit of pink here, just to contrast with our yellow. Get some contrast into here, you know? Get some nice little contrast in here. Some contrast in here. Have I ever tried... Yo, Samsung, what's up? Very detailed. You like these details? You think this is detailed? Wow, thank you. Glad you think so. Very glad and thankful that you think so. You know what? Let's pop in a little bit of green here. Just super light hint of green. So we just want to pop in little hints of green here. Let's bring in little hints of green, purple. Just to have some expressive areas here. And let's get a little bit into here, some fun little spaces, some fun little movement, a variety of movement here. I think these extra little marks really help to build up the color in a space. Which can add just that extra pop of design. Without, you know, you could get like a pop design without turning into like a tedious activity, right? Of trying to capture every little detail. And there's some people, again, you know, I just want to say this, that there's some artists that totally pride themselves in that activity, and that's absolutely fine. There's some artists that pride themselves in drawing every hair on an animal, and I'm not, you know, trying to take away from that. I'm just, for me personally, that's very tedious, and it ruins the fun of painting for myself, you know. So if something takes away the joy of painting for me, I can't get myself to do it. And there's some times that I have to paint, and you know, I have to like have a little discipline, for lack of a better word, like AKA discipline, like getting myself to paint even when I don't really want to. Sometimes I need a little discipline, but you know, overall, I try to, you know, only do paintings that I would actually enjoy doing and have fun with, and that, you know, feel as if I'm really being me, as opposed to trying too hard to do something else. More color, Einstein. Where's the purple? That is the purple. That is the purple. Michael really wants more color. More color? What more color do you want? Got our yellows and our purples. You really want us to punch this up a little bit more? Gonna bring in some more pinks around here. So make some pops of pink. The rocks. Michael thinks they're rocks. They're not rocks, Michael. They're garbage bags. I've explained this painting like 30 times. By the way, everybody, the only person that I will talk like that to is a few viewers that come in here often enough. So anybody else who asks questions or like, makes note that these bags are not actually bags. I mean, it makes note that these bags are not or like rocks or whatever. I will talk to you differently, but only because Michael is usually the number one fan in here. I will be a little bit sarcastic with him. But don't worry, you can earn that right too to have me be sarcastic with you. Anybody can earn that right. Anybody and everybody that so chooses can simply visit this live stream enough, troll my paintings, and that's a secret code. If you want me to be sarcastic with you, just troll my paintings. That's come in here often enough and troll the work. Like old school Dave. Old school Dave is like on the border of having me flip the script on him. But I still can't tell if old school Dave is a sensitive soul or or someone who grew up on the harsh world of the internet. The internet is a really harsh space. If you're not careful about where you visit on the internet, you could fall into some very, very unsavory places. So manage your internet screen time. I don't have TV right now. School Dave says, "Why is she floating?" And oh my goodness, is that what you see, Dave? Is that what you see in this? A sea? Michael, how do you get that I'm a dog that runs along a fence? I don't get that. I don't understand the reference. If you could inform me, I would actually be a little grateful. But the thing is, Michael always says stuff and he's just so vague. So vague. Vagaries. Call them vagaries. The vagaries of Michael Wilbur. The nothing sayings of Michael Wilbur. And most people who watch my live stream knows that he doesn't really say nothing sayings. I'm usually very supportive of his sayings. But since he seems to be on a roasting, since Michael seems to want to roast today, roast talking he shall have. I like this golden wreath thing that we've got going on here. So let's go like that. We're going to keep this. And let's go into the face now. Let's get some more details into the face. I want to fix the hair. So first things first, let's get some hair details right. So the hair needs a little work. Let's zoom in on this reference. Michael hates that I use references, but I am using a reference for anybody that wants to know. Let me find another brush that I can actually brush her facial details. We're going to give her a little bit more color. Add some pinks onto this white. Add get some pink into her arms, you know, give her some color. We're probably gonna need to work on this another day. I mean, we're definitely gonna need to work on this another day. But right now, just focused on adding some vibrant flesh colors. And here we go. So let me get into the hair here, push some of this away. And let's try to find some of this pink. Dude, you know, old school Dave, man, like, I appreciate that you like that, but I can't take any credit for any of this because their photographer, their brilliant artist minds came up with it. I can't take credit for the unbuttoning because that was already there. I'm just painting a version of what I see. That's it. I am just a vessel of what I'm seeing, a vessel for my eyes. That is it. I'm but a painter right now. No more, no less than a painter, just rather than the artist. Rather than an artist, I'm more of a painter right now with this piece because, you know, I'm just painting what I see. That's it. Painting what I see. Let's grab a hint of black here. Let's just see how this black comes in. Bring that down. Bring that up. Get some shadow right there. Michael, I already told you, if you want to see the reference, go to their Instagram. So for those of you here right now, I will not share this reference photo because I'm using it from another artist. I am doing this painting based on the work of another artist. Therefore, I won't share the reference photo here because I feel like that would take away from their page. And I don't want to do that. You know, if you want to see the reference photo, if you're really that curious, feel free to go find them on Instagram or YouTube at Sondiaze, Sondiaze. I don't know if that's, you know, how you pronounce it or whatever. But if you really want to go see it, it's there. It is there. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not trying to, not being dodgy here. Maybe I am being dodgy, I don't know. But it's all there for your viewing. It's all there. All there. Nothing is being kept secret from you. It's all there. Visit their YouTube channel, their Instagram, their TikTok if you really want to know. If you really want to know more about the artists that created the premise of this painting, you go find them on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all those Instagram, TikTok, I don't know, all sorts of different places. So let me see how I can modify these eyes a little bit. I want to add a little bit more highlight into the eyes. Let me grab a very grab this brush right here. It's a very thin brush. Clean it off. Thin brush, clean it off. Let's grab our white. It's gonna make our eyes stand out. There you go, the hair. Blank them, they would blank you. Bad boys coming. What are you talking about, Michael? What are you going on about bad boys and blanking? You're being outrageous, Michael. What is he going on about? What is Michael going on about now? Am I blocking? Am I blocking anything with this hat? I feel like I'm blocking stuff. If I'm blocking stuff, please let me know. Right now, just getting in some minor highlight details around the face. I'm probably gonna need to work on this painting another day. We're not ready to quite, finish it up yet. And the reason why there's only so much I could do today is because the paint's still so wet. This paint is really wet. Is it raining? No, it's not raining, dude. I feel like wearing a hat because it keeps my hair out of my face while I paint. So if you must know, that's why I'm wearing a hat right now. That's why I'm wearing what do they call this? Safari hat. This is actually called a safari hat, not a cowboy hat. It's a safari hat. Add a tiny bit of shadow into this. The ever so slightest hint of shadow. We're going to bring our shadows back into the hand here. Everybody see? Maybe a little bit darker. Should probably even be using maybe black. Black, blue. You can see. Actually, you can't even see that far because it's a little too far, but I'm gonna go right there. Let's bring in the shadow on a hand right there. First knuckle. And then our second knuckle is going to come down like right here. Whoever accidentally put a nip print in fresh paint when I paint bare chest like that. You know what? That's a good question. I have. I don't think I have. I have not. But that's a good question, dude. Very good question. Very good question. These are the types of questions that get views. So send them. Send your questions. Send your most outrageous questions, and as long as they are, as long as they are friendly and only mildly offensive, I will potentially entertain them. But from a distance, this painting is looking pretty good. Let me see right here. Let me get into these feet right here. Paint some toes. Ooh, I have scraped off paint accidentally. All right, so these toes could be a toenail right at the end here. So a little toenail right there. And then we're gonna get a big toe nail right here. And I'm not even gonna worry too much about these feet. They're just here. One, this is 2, this is 3, 4. 5. Okay, we got 5. As long as we got 5 toes, it's all good. Right? That's how many toes people have? 5? People got 5 toes. Alright, let's go like this. We're gonna draw this, and we're gonna give her a little ear popping out of her hair right here. There's a little ear right around where the neck is, just below the eyelash, right around where the neck is. You hope you're here for. Maybe I should put it in this one. I should just, get all oiled up. Let me get oiled up for this, right? I'm not blocking anything. So right now I'm just painting in the ear here. And now what we can do is we can add some highlight to the top of her head as if the sun was shining. as if the sun was shining here. So how far do we want this? We're going to go to the top of her head, right over here. A little bit of a sunshine. We've got the hand, we got the knuckles. Let me add some pinks here. I want to add some pinks into this hand to reduce the density of this density of these lines. And honestly, I think how's this looking? Let me see. She's got the purple. She's got the figure. Maybe I could do something to separate the top leg from the bottom leg here. I could probably do something to separate it. Just just a little line of expression here, just to create a little bit of separation. A little bit of separation here. A little bit of separation. So we're just gonna go. This might not be the brush to do it. Yeah, it's not the brush to do it. Let's get a nice bold line. We don't need no pansy lines. We're gonna get a nice bold line right in the front, right here. Nice little highlight right in the front. Come around the top of this and paint some definition there. Some detail there. Paint's a little too wet to mess around with right here, so we're not going to. You know what? Let's let this painting sit. We're going to start our next painting. So this is going to drive Michael absolutely mad. Someone please prepare to call emergency for Michael. I'm going to do another paint over. I'm doing another paint over here. I wish I had somewhere I could put this painting until it dries, which I don't. Unless I want my cats to get on it. But let's just take a look at this next painting that we're going to do. surface upon which we paint our next painting. It is one of my ugly paintings that I'm sure it could probably possibly turn up in a museum one day if I didn't paint on it. But you know what? We're gonna paint on it, and we're gonna do something. This is just to drive Michael Wilbur a little crazy, because we're gonna paint on top of this. So there we go. I think this is a much smaller painting. I think it's only about 18 by 24 inches, I want to guess. 18 inches by 24 inches. So let's go ahead and find a place to put this if I can. I don't think I have a place to put this. Just a temp swap. So let's see, what is this painting going to be of? Let me drop this down first. I'm going to bring this up. And we're going to do a painting of Gus Johnson here. We're going to do a little portrait of Gus Johnson. I don't know if anybody knows YouTuber Gus Johnson. But he's a YouTuber. YouTuber Gus Johnson. G-U-S Johnson. He makes comedy videos. Why am I making paintings of... Why am I choosing to make a painting of him? No one would ever guess. But why am I painting over this? I actually do like this painting. This is one of those paintings where the more I look at it, the more I actually like it. It's really like dark and like foreboding, and you know, just like makes you feel uncomfortable, right? I gotta take a photo of my other painting real quick. Let me go. So I think this can actually be moved a little closer because it's a smaller painting. And we're going to move this closer as well. So let's see, how are we looking? Is that good? Is that nice and close? All right. Let me pull up my other reference here. And let's see. Yeah, this is gonna. That's the one catch to this easel is if you paint too small. If your paintings are small, they're gonna wiggle, because look at the support here. You've only got this support, and then you've got this little beam that kind of sits out in the middle. You need at least a painting that's gonna sit on both beams. So like if this was vertical, it would actually work, and it wouldn't be as wiggly. But because it's just barely too narrow for these little gaps, it's gonna move side to side a little bit. But that's okay. We're not, I'm not too worried about that. I think I could actually bring this down to keep it from wiggling. No, that doesn't really help that much either. But just consideration, right? Like if you're painting small, if your paintings are still under 18 inches in width, because this is 18 by 24, I think. I think 24 is probably about a good size as far as total height, 24 inches. But I think as far as the width goes, you want a painting that's at least 20 inches so that it hits both the sides. That's not a hard rule, obviously. But if you're doing like much smaller paintings, it's a little overkill. But if you do at some point plan on doing bigger paintings, then of course, go for it. So we're going to clean off some of our brushes right now, specifically our smaller brushes. We're going to paint our small brushes here. Get rid of some small brushes. And let's find a good sketching brush here. Is this brush going to be good for sketching? No. This brush could be good for sketching. All right, so we use this brush for sketching. Let's go with pink. I think pink's a really good color for a sketch out. So let's find this. Let's actually figure out some dimensions first before we get started. All right, so the head's gonna fill at least the quarter of the painting here. So head to the quarter. So let's see, break this up in a quarter, so the head should fit right about here. Let's see, half, quarter, head will fit right about here. It's the top half, not quite the center, but right about here is a good spot to mark. And we're gonna come around, mark his head just a little bit off of the top. Just a little bit off from the top. Get his hair down his face right here. His head's a little off center. And that's as it should be. So we're going to bring the back of his head like that. And let's go like here. Who is this again? We're doing a portrait of Gus Johnson, YouTuber Gus Johnson. Let's see, we're gonna go, that's covering his face. We're gonna come around, mark his eyes right there. I think his eyes are right about there. A little bit of an angle. Bring his nose down. Got his nose turned up for this image. And let's see, we're gonna get our lips. We get a big mustache, and then the lips right here. Something there that I can't show, so I'll have to paint it separately, but how does that look? All right, got the general idea. Got the general idea here. So his eyes probably gonna end about right there. His hair. Let's get his hair right here. Boom. And then get an ear. Get the ear right about there. There we go. All right, and then we're gonna go, let's see, right from the lip, where the lip ends, we're gonna bring like, got a long neck. Of course, people have necks, right? And then this neck's actually gonna come right down straight from the ear. We're gonna come like this. Let me see where the halfway point is. Right about the, I think head to halfway point. So the halfway point, we're not necessarily gonna hit the chest yet, but it's gonna be something. So again, who am I painting? A YouTuber known as Gus Johnson. Very, very funny YouTube channel. Let's go. We're gonna sketch this. Very, very funny YouTube channel here. Honestly, I might even need a bigger brush, but, and then right here, this is gonna come down. Yeah. Let's break this up into halves too. We're gonna go half and then quarter. So half and then quarter is where his arm should end, right? Half is like right there. So the other, a little bit past the quarter line. So half and then quarter, a little bit. So it should end like right here. And we're gonna bring our shoulder down. Constantly just measuring proportions. So let me see, the head should be about the size of the t-shirt, the length of the t-shirt, yeah. So let's get the head and then the length of the t-shirt here. So this is a little bit longer on the t-shirt. Let's see, halfway point. I'm talking to myself and, guiding myself as we go through this, just to halfway point. Yeah, that's actually a good spot for the t-shirt. Don't want to go further than that. Why do I talk so much about the process? Just, in case it helps anybody. You never know who you can help by over explaining your process. Probably not too many people, but for those that need it, that want it, that's what I do it for. I do it for you. I do it for you, and only you, my friends. All you wonderful viewers, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're, what would an alien name their video streaming channels? I just made up an alien live, like a TV channel name. It's called, okay, so let's go. This will be, let's see, the width of the head. If we go the width of the head, whatever that width is, just a little bit further on the shoulder. So whatever the width of the head is, just a little bit further on the shoulder. Okay, so we're going to bring the shoulder just out just a little bit further. Let's go bring this shoulder, the shirt down right here. It's going to come past that point just a little bit. We're going to go like bam. And then let's see here. So this is going to come up. And there's actually a weapon. So, for those under the age of 18, please turn off your live stream at this point. There's a weapon here. There is a weapon. So just know that this is not a pain for kids. So let's go like this. Gonna bring this bicep down just a little bit to the quarter lane. Is that the quarter? So we got the half right there. Quarter, maybe a little bit past the quarter. There we go. Just past the neck, we're going to bring his arms down just past the neck here. Just as we hit the neck is where this needs to create a hand. So we're going to make a hand right here. Start his hand right there. Let's see where this one goes. So we're going to bring this one down. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good place to end it. Get the knuckles there. Get the fingers. Get the hands. And let's see, it's going to come in like right here. Let's get this coming just past the hands. We get this just past the hands, and we get the shirt right under here. And let's see, so now we got a belt loop. And then some jeans, some jean pants right there. And then another belt loop right here. Let that go out a little bit, another belt loop right there. And then some jean pants. And this is going to be a weapon, so cover your eyes, people, if you're not comfortable with if you're not from the United States, it might be very unsettling to see a weapon. But in the United States, it is a very normal thing to see. By the way, do I have an external mic, buddy? It's a little crackly. It cleared up. But if you're not from the United States, I never realized how shocking it is to have weapons, like weapons that can really, really hurt people, like guns. I never realized how shocking that is until like the past few years. But it is really shocking to some people. But America loves their guns. Let me put this other hand here. So we're going to come around and we're going to go not like this, just a little bit. This elbow should just barely meet the top of the hand. I think this arm's a little too long. Let's go bring all this, but just elbow should just be like that. Actually, you know what? This is actually a good place for the elbow. So we're going to bring this elbow right here. It's a little low, but that's okay. And then we're going to bring this down. He might end up enlarging his arms. We don't know yet. I don't know, but we'll see. As long as they look proportional, right? This arm looks fairly proportional. And then we're going to come around. And we're going to get the forearm right over here. Maybe even give it a bit more angle here. I'm going to give it a bit more angle. Give this a bit more of an extreme angle. And let's see, what are we going to do from here? Sketching this out. I'm going to go bring this right over here. And this is going to come right here. Just past. And let's see, we're going to come like this. This hand width should be about the same width as this, so let me see if that's about right. So this is about that. that's about that. Yeah, you know what? That's actually fairly accurate. So maybe just a little bit further out. Bring this knuckle up just a little bit, and then bring these two fingers up right here. And let's see, we're going to come around. Let's see where this gun comes up. So it's going to come around like that. It's literally just going to go off the camera here. Let's see how the rest of this gun fits in. So this, you know, the gun is just a little bit less lengthy. We're going to come around and go like this. We're going to go up. And there's a barrel. It's a barrel right here. Up and hug the inside of his hand here, so we're just going to give him a little bit more hand right there. And we're going to go up. It's going to be a little bit almost parallel. I mean, pretty much parallel. Has to be parallel. It's going to go past just past the shoulder. We're going to create this little section here that denotes the barrel. Just to mark off the barrel. Another section right here that goes just past the ear, right around the ear. And then we have our barrel. And this should be pretty straight. So we're going to bring this nice and straight here. Painting a Ronnie McNutt. Who's that? Who's Ronnie McNutt, dude? I have no clue who that is. This is Gus Johnson. Alright, so we've been using a small brush just for the sketch. But we're going to dive in and we're going to paint a much bigger painting. And let's go like this. We're actually gonna let's use this brush. Let's use this brush, shall we? This is a Rosemary & Co. number 8, series 272-8. So let's start with, I'm gonna need some red burnt sienna. So let's lay down our burnt sienna for that. And then we're gonna want, definitely gonna want our pink. We're gonna want some blue. We've got our blue. Got our blonde. We've got some good colors, so let's get started. We're gonna get our red first, just to establish. just to establish this section right here. Just a nice flat layer first. And I think this section is pretty important because it'll help us establish our hands and the overall like look and feel of the painting. And let's go right around here, and we're gonna have the barrel. So this like built section of the barrel here. It's gonna be at an angle. So I just have to be cognizant. I just have to be aware of how this barrel fits into the rest of the painting, which is, you know, it's at an angle. So there we go. We're gonna put this. I'm gonna bring this down. Good to get started with some momentum. You know what? Let's go ahead and paint the hair here. We're gonna establish some hair with some blonde hair here. Let's just go right into here. Boom. Get our blonde hair going. Now let's go ahead and grab our pink. I'm gonna grab a lot of this. I think the pink is gonna be our foundation color here. Our main colors. Main color is gonna be this pink. And let's just go right into the darker areas around the arm here. Get it along the top of the forehead. Right into the neck here, set the foundation color. Let's build in some highlight whites. We're going to build in some highlight whites. No, that's a little too much white. Probably good for the shirt, actually. This would be a great color foundation for the shirt. So just getting this main color down nice and flat. I probably could do a little better if I like, you know, try to go for shadows or something first, but we're just, you know, there's ways to go about this, right? One way is to focus on doing shadows first. Another way is to just paint things flat. And I think it really depends on just like, you know, how you want to do it. And is this the absolute best possible brush I could use for this? Maybe not, because it's a round brush. Usually round brush, you're trying to do it for like sketching things. You know, you really want to like design and sketch and draw. I'm using it for actual painting of the space here. You see the difference between a fresh white versus like not so fresh white. It's interesting, right? Fresh white versus a not fresh white t-shirt. This will actually be very good because it's going to be a contrast between the gun, the weapon, and his t-shirt. And sometimes I do like how the brushwork turns out. You know, with these brushes, it actually adds a lot of character. That's character to your painting. What else does the shirt show for? So it's going to be some shirt right here. Their shirt's going to be right here. And let's see, what is this? Oh, that's the hand. Okay. And then we're going to bring our shirt down right around the side here. And for those of you that are just tuning in, who is this? A YouTuber that goes by the name of Gus Johnson. Hilarious YouTube channel. Very, very funny YouTube channel. This is a still from one of his videos that got over 50 million views. And that's what we're painting right now. Let's see, we're going to go into this, bring the pink around. Let's bring the highlight around his neck. Use the white to highlight the space around his neck here. Let's go. Find a yellow pink. Let's go for yellow pink right here. See what color that is. Oh, okay, that's a good natural skin color right there. So go for a natural skin color. Just quite different than the white. And I have nothing better to do than to paint because my TV broke the other day. A 15-year-old Toshiba TV, and I've yet to buy a new one. And I don't know. I thought I'd take it as a sign of the universe telling me I should focus on painting rather than watching TV. Because it's so easy when I'm painting to be like, oh, I need a break, and then just go watch TV for the next I don't know how many hours, 4 or 5 hours. And whenever I watch TV, I'm like, how come I can watch TV for like 10 hours straight, but I can't, paint for 10 hours straight? And there's obvious reasons. Painting is actually, an activity that takes a lot of time, a lot of energy. It's not, it's not just like an easy thing. Could be. Depends on, the types of paintings that you do, but in general, and some nice natural finger shape right here. I usually say I don't paint celebrities, but I don't see him. I mean, he's kind of a celebrity, but I'm not like, I don't think he's like an overt celebrity that has like millions of people doing fan art of him. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know how much fan art he gets, but I like to paint people with a little less fandom. But someone said something. Old School Dave says I should do less known YouTubers like Joshua, do Farina or Wildman Chris. Dude, would totally, if I know about these people and they're easy to contact, then I will definitely consider it. They're easy to contact. You're right though. I should do lesser known, but I don't know. This one just came about. I'm sure he has a lot of fan art. I'm sure this guy's got a lot of fan art. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. But you're right. I should definitely do lesser known YouTubers. I would totally consider that. I just, it's not always easy to do all the planning and then. But if you are a fan and you think it is easy to contact them, I might consider it. And then they can credit you for getting the painting. All right, let's actually get a belt going. So we're gonna dig into our red again and get a nice belt here. This belt loop. It's a very red belt. And let's go bring this all the way around. And I'll see, this should pop out a little bit. And let's clean off this brush here. We need faded blue, like a super faded gray blue. It's really difficult to get like a jean color, faded jean color. That's what we need right now, faded ultramarine blue. So maybe this will work. This is a good faded blue. Now look at the color. Maybe there's a little bit of green in there. You know what? Let's just fill this with blue first. We're gonna think about, you know, the deeper details a little later, but just for now, get our main color areas in. You know. Let's see, we got a loop right there. Just gonna build in the loop for now. Not gonna. How does the belt look on the front actually? Because this is actually covering the wrong area, and I don't actually know how this section looks. So I'm kind of making it up here. There's a belt. I'm gonna guess he has like a belt buckle right here. There we go. I know what a belt looks like, right? I'm making this up. I usually make things up. I usually try to look up a reference, but it's got a belt buckle right there. And let's go. Let's try to find some details in the face here. What color should we use for details? Let's go with a deep red, deep brown red here. We're gonna grab our brown. And here we go. Let's see. Get an eyebrow going right here. Nice little shadow on the nose here. Little eyeball. Get an eyeball right there. Actually, you know what? We could probably just shape the eye. It's gonna come around there. And another lip, bottom lip right there. Go right here. Boom. Add some shadow right there. Oh, you know what? Let's grab some black. I'm gonna grab some black and paint this gun up. Let's go get the barrel and everything painted up before we forget. Barrel's gonna add a little detail. Now let's go. So we're gonna keep going. Bring this paint down. I think that it's gonna have a great contrast. Got some really good contrast right now. This is great. This is fantastic. The painting is going very well so far. Around, grab our mineral spirits. So I'm just dipping in some mineral spirits right now just to loosen up the paint a little bit. If you don't dip it, it's gonna, the paint is gonna catch. That's why you dip it in the mineral spirits so the paint doesn't catch. Because the paint will catch. Oh, actually, I messed up a little bit here. This red needs to come all the way around. And get the little bolt thing around this side. Let's see how we're looking. Okay, not too bad. Got a lot of the details. I think that the shirt feels a little stiff, but that's okay. We can adjust that. And now I got to figure out the background. I'm trying to think of a good background here. I mean, I could just use the colors that I'm seeing, which would be a green. Bye. away from another device, please let me know. That actually helped a little bit. Thank you for your patience with me. Is this better or is it the outside? It's putting my phone together. I apologize for each other. I just realized that could be an issue, but yeah, let me know if that helps. Let's go with some flat edge painting. So we're gonna go right here. We're gonna go bring this down. Let's go bring this around here. Okay, it's fixed. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for letting me know. I would have never guessed. It was probably just having my phones right next to each other as I'm streaming here. Thank you for my viewers that speak up when things are not going right. Thank you. Thank you for the viewers. Speak up to let me know what's up, what's going on. So here we go. Those of you that are not familiar, we are painting the YouTuber currently known as Gus Johnson. Gus Johnson is a comedy YouTuber. He's got some hilarious videos. One of the top comedy channels on YouTube. Dave, I didn't know you were trolling. I just didn't realize what was going on, because at one point you said it was fixed, right? At one point you said it was fixed, but then I didn't realize it's probably my cameras that are causing the issues. Someone add these pops of green and yellow throughout this painting. We're going to cover that grotesquerie in the background. We're going to cover some of this up. I might leave some traces of the underpainting, the original painting. Start piece tonight. It's at the I hate it state. Yeah, I mean it will. But are you using acrylic or using oil, Laura? Are you using acrylic? I mean, you should have heard me yesterday on my live stream. I was totally spent all I spent 2 hours in that phase yesterday for my last painting. Spent hours, but I do feel like it's reached a point where I actually feel good about it. But I just had to let it sit so that I don't end up ruining it. Here we go. We gotta get a nice. Oils, yeah. Hey, oils yield miracles. Oils seriously have some amazing miracles when you work in them, because sometimes I work in them and I'm just like, I don't know if I'm gonna have to throw this painting away or what. And somehow at some point it ends up working out. I've been painting a lot lately simply because I don't have TV. I feel like I have more motivation to paint. And I feel like I should work on a face now. Let me get back to the face. Yeah, oils they are magical. Oils are magical. As long as you have the time to work on a painting in the future, they just bring magic. Because you work on them, and then one day you're working on it, and you're like, this sucks, and then one day it doesn't suck anymore. One day it's a masterpiece. One day it's not a masterpiece, the next day it is. One day it's ugly, the next day it's a masterpiece. Not saying that your paintings are ugly, just saying that in general, for oil paints, it's just one day. But great to see you tune in. Glad to have some more regular faces again. It's very fantastic to be able to do painting for all different people. To be able to just have it, it's great. Like, I think the one difference between what you get in art school that used to be a limiting factor for artists but is no longer, is the idea of having a creative community. Because if you're in art school, you have the opportunity to get feedback. You have the opportunity to Go to your mentors. You have the opportunity to go to your friend and see what shows they're in, or get get critical feedback. And you deal with all sorts of personalities. Some people are super critical. You have your enemies, all these things. But if you're not, if you don't go to art school, that's like it's totally missing from your experience. Is the experience of like, and I only have this very loosely. I went to a digital art school, but based on what I've heard from other artists who did go to art school, it really comes down to what's the really real difference between art school and non-art school. Because you could get the same lessons, right? You can go online and learn how to paint. You can you can hire a mentor and have them, teach their ways, right? You can hire a mentor to teach you their ways. You can do all these things, but the one thing that's really hard to do is, being a part of a community of artists where you can get regular feedback. And that's probably one of the biggest challenges for artists is that. And if you can get that, you'll be that much more prepared as an artist. That's interesting. Something nearby just wanted to connect their audio to mine. That's really suspicious. Wanted to connect their music to mine, to my phone, which I don't know how that even happens. How does that happen? All right, so building up the space here. Got artist friends in Texas, Germany, New Mexico. So fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to like preach to the choir. I wasn't. Well, I guess I kind of was, but it's just great, right? It is great. But I think historically, if you didn't have, prior to internet stuff, it was much harder to have the communities. Let's go right under here. We're gonna go boom. Let's get right into the neck here. Let's darken this pink a little bit. What should we darken it with? Maybe, I think we just go in with our pink. Just a hint of this brown red for a shadow area. Let's grab this pink over here. We'll try to do the lips. more of a pale color into here. Where's that lip? All right, so this lip's gonna come around like so. Let's go fill in this arm here. Go on the top of the arm right there. On the top of the knuckle right there. It's kind of nice having this goal of like trying to get my 10,000 hour mark. Feels like so unattainable, but it's kind of nice because it pushes me to just paint even when I don't really want to. And am I really gonna do it? Buddy Susie does whiteboard art. Is she the new Mexico artist? Find artists who stream, who engage with the audience, and then we just get to be friends. Yeah. There we go. That's how you make friends, people. You chat with people. Can you believe that? Can you believe that that's how you make friends? Unbelievable, right? Absolutely outrageous. What is the secret to making friends? You talk to people. All right, let's try to find some dark blue eyes, maybe even green. I can't tell if his eyes are blue or green. We're just gonna go with some dark blue eyes here. I love how this looks on camera. It looks absolutely destroyed. Like, what's up with his jaw? But I love it. I love seeing this. So I'm actually gonna take a. I'll be here. My stream's gonna be on, but I'm gonna go. I gotta feed my cats. So I'm gonna feed my cats real quick. Get a sip of water. Hydrate myself. I'll be right back in a minute, but what's going on here? Maybe I should just leave this horrific accident in the mouth. Might be able to leave that. Let's see. All right, kitty, she's ready to eat. Simba, you ready to eat, buddy? It's time to feast, cats. Scout. What's up, bud? Mr. Handsome Cat, how are you? Come on, get down so I can make your food. Let's go. How many cans? We had a big lunch. How many cans do you want? 3, 4? You need to last you through the night? 4 cans. We should do the trick, huh? All 4 of you. 1 can per cat. All right. This came together fast. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it came together. Just, quick sketching all the different parts. And maybe I could keep it like loose and weird like this. I'm trying to think of how how I can make this not too serious, right? Like I don't want it to be too serious looking. I don't want it to be too classic looking, you know? Just let me get it not so serious. That is the question. All right, so right into here, we can, you know, cover that up, make it so it doesn't look like his jaw's coming off. And his lip can look a bit more natural like that. And then this area right here, we're gonna bring this down to make it feel more natural. Bring his eyes together. And there we go. Now we just got to modify some sections. I want to keep this larger brush. Let's see what we can do here. I want to update his face right here. That's the one thing about painting over is you can have all these remnants from underneath, which I think is sometimes good. But it depends on also the location of it. So let's see, we're gonna continue. Let's go with some deeper shadows. Deep brown, purple shadows. I mean blue, green. Why did I say brown, purple? I don't know. Let's get some shadow on top of these knuckles. Shadow underneath the hand right here. And let's get a nice shadow on the bottom side of the arm. And we're going to get some shadows right into here. So unfortunately, I won't be able to, you know, the lighting on this isn't as dramatic as I'd really like it to. In a sense of like, you know, if you're doing like a traditional painting, you're gonna have like that really dramatic contrast in light, I think. But I just don't think that this specific piece is gonna be able to help me get the I don't know, maybe I don't have to worry so much about drama as much as I think. Let's bring our mustache, get a nice little mustache going. Where's it at? It's coming down from the lip. And let's see. Let's actually bring this green down right here. Let's try to find some knuckle highlights. We're going to go knuckle highlight. Knuckle highlight's going to help us establish some areas. So a little triangle right here. Just to establish a space here. And then let's see, right around there. Nice highlight right there. Oh, right here, I gotta do this. I need to get this red in here. Let me get this red coming down right here. And where are we going? Where do we want to take this? Just gonna bring in some little separators of color here. So as we build up, we can build it up over time. Bring in a little bit of pink. It's a really hard angle because the light is always here. Am I blocking anything? No. I'm not blocking too much. Let's get a smaller brush now. You know, let's take some black. Let's actually go with some black. And we're just gonna bring this black into a couple of spaces here. Give it like this camo look. It's midnight. Oh, hey, take care, Laura. Guys, I encourage you to do oils, portrait artists. You helped me a lot when you started. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Take care, Laura. Thanks for jumping in when you did. And now we're just going to go a little bit smaller now as far as our brush is concerned. And let's go. Let's bring in some greens and yellows. Just capture some natural skin tones here. Capture a nice dark shadow right here. A little bit of a gray going. There should probably be more brown. Let's grab our brown here. Could even just use blue. Let's go like this. Right here. Get the shadow going through the fingers. This finger actually needs to be quite a lot longer, and this finger could probably be a little shorter. So let's see how we can adjust that. We'll make this finger a little shorter. Just easier. And then we'll try to make the other fingers a little bit longer. Let's forget that it's I live in Los Angeles, and it is usually earlier here than everywhere else. Let's stick with this brush. Let's see, let me grab our black again. And I want to establish this thing right here, this whatever they call this, the trigger guard. You can actually darken some of this space right here. Just to give some dimension to this thing. I'll make it look a little rounder. And this area is going to be nice and dark already, so that's fine. And actually, even right along the stop. Once I stop stuttering, I'll say it. The edge of this thing, edge of the barrel, or this isn't the barrel. This is the thing that shoulder guard. If anyone knows the name of this part of the gun, let me know. The shoulder guard or whatever. It's not too important. Let's actually start to add some highlights around the barrel of the gun. So these highlights are going to help it give it a little bit more color and a little bit more shape. It's going to help us see where the light is coming from. Maybe a little too white, that's okay. All right. And a little bit more detail there. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 8:10 p.m.
It's already 8:10 p.m., people. All right, let's see. Should be another part of this barrel, actually. It's another subtle part of the line, but we'll work on that later. Let's work on these hands, actually. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's work on the arms and the hand. So we're gonna bring white. Maybe bring in the pink a little bit. Pink green. It's a good color. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's see how this turns out. Let's see. That's a bright. Okay, that's good. That's a nice bright color there. This is a good color. I'm gonna come around. It's gonna go right there. Around this elbow crease right here. let's keep this little yellow paint going, as long as we keep the value of it. So let's see, we're going to come down right here from the knuckle. And let's go, boom, right up next to it. And this is actually going to come down, and we're going to get, boom, just like that. Let's get some dark red, dark brown shadow. Maybe find some purple here. I'm going to find some purple just to go around the knuckles here. So let's see, the knuckle is going to not go that high. It's going to go like boom. And then this one's going to go like boom. It's going to go like that. Pop that down. Let's see, where else can the shadow go? You know, maybe a little bit. Let's blend this shadow into the hand just a little bit. Just ever so slightest bit. It's going to give some shadow around the hand. This one's going to come around the knuckle right there. Come like that, and like that. And then next section, bring it down like right there. I can already see the nail like forming. Interesting. All right, and we can see the nail. We're gonna come down. It's really holding on tightly on that section. Let's see, maybe this light purple will do, rather than this like blue. Let's work on a hair here. bring in a little bit of color into the belt here. Something a little bit darker. Just give the belt some more texture. A little bit of belt variety, you know? All right, let's see. Got this belt. Got the face. The only problem with face right now is that well, there's a lot of problems with the face, but let's see. Let's see what we can start working on. So the neck, actually right into here, I could probably start blending a little bit. Let's actually bring in a little, bring our pink in, actually pink red. I could probably redden this a little bit. Just go a little bit over the top here. Let's see. I'm not liking that color. It's too purple. I probably just need some reds, but let's go lighten it up. And let's go into here. Actually, you know what? It's not looking too bad. After I do all this brush work. To bring it all together. Not looking too bad. Maybe I could use a little bit more yellow. Let's see about in here. Let's go blend this right here. Definitely adjust these eyebrows in a little bit. It's really hard because this light is reflecting on this from this angle a lot. Trying to get the right lighting without blocking too much. Let's get a nice deep purple here to start to create some of our shadows. Fortunately, there's not too many wrinkles. See right around the shoulder here, we're gonna get a couple. And then you're gonna get a nice little, I get a little crease in the armpit right there. Some of the important ones, we don't need all of them. Just a couple of them to just give it a little bit of extra pattern. Just a little bit of extra realism, you know? Just enough. Oh, and you know what? This actually needs to be a lot of shadow. There needs to be a lot of shadow right here. So, a little shadow in the armpit shadow. Put the shadow into here. Come around. Here's some very rough shadows, but you know, once we move into, once we start to cover it in, bring our white back in, it'll all start to come together, hopefully. That's the hope, that's the goal. Doesn't always work out exactly as we want it to, but you know, sometimes it does. And when it does, it's magic. When it doesn't, you just keep going until you do. Donated. Pop says he donated 25, and then he says he donated 500. Well, thank you, Pop, for saying that you did those things. Really appreciate it. You're the best. It's the thought that counts, right? It's the thought that counts. You manifested it for me. You are manifesting those massive donations for this channel. And for that, I can be grateful. All right, so let's go like this. We've got some nice big chunks of white, and we're gonna reduce these shadows, and we're just gonna make it seem like these shadows are just like wrinkles, right? Let's go like right here. Pop, yeah. It's the thought that counts. So Pop, help me manifest this even better. What is the name of the person that you think will end up giving me those large donations? And like, you know, rather than calling it donations, we could even just call them contributions to the channel of excellence. That's what this channel is. It's the channel of excellence. Because if you can imagine it, it will happen. Oh yeah, you think she'll donate? All right, that's cool. Sonia Sondiazi, Sondiaz. Sondiaz. That's one wrinkly ass shirt. Let's actually go into the hair right here. We're gonna go bring some highlights down. Good to see you're still here, though, Dave. How's it going? What's going on in your world? Are you got a big day tomorrow? Getting creative tomorrow? What's going on? What's your Tuesday afternoon? How do you spend Tuesdays? You know what I'm gonna be doing? I'm gonna be painting. You already know what I'm gonna be doing. That's how I spend my Tuesdays. Wage cage. Oof. Wage cage. Why you gotta say it like that? Why you gotta call it a wage cage? It's where you make that moon. It's all about the moon. Calling it a wage cage. And you know, his hair's a little off. I could probably bring it down just a little bit to give it a little curl right here. Rage cage. Let's grab this piece right here, pop it off. And let's tighten up his lip here. What color is a natural color for lips? I think it needs to be shadow on the bottom and then like, you know, a pink highlight at the top. That's what I really need to make happen here. So let me see. This light can be really annoying. And then we need some brown shadow. Just a little hint of a brown shadow on the bottom, slightly a little bit darker. I'm just gonna go right here, right on the bottom. Let's get a smaller brush now. I wonder how I can actually adjust this from the light to keep it away from the light. Maybe I have to rotate it or something. Maybe I could drop it lower. Yeah, I think dropping it lower helps a little bit. So that I can work on the eye without work on the eyes without worrying too much about light. Now let's go, we're gonna get a very light green for the eye. And let's see, so we're gonna come around. Nope, this brush isn't gonna do. It's a little too messy. This brush is a little too thick. I need a brush that's a little bit smaller that's gonna allow me to form around the eye. Actually, no, that needs a lot more white because there's just so much shadow in it. And then this other one, same thing. Let's add some bits of yellow into the eye here. I don't think that did anything. Kind of just made his eyes look really weird. What makes me choose the yardstick over the ball stick? Just the flatness. If I choose the ball stick, if I choose the ball stick, it's gonna like roll around. If I choose the ruler stick, it's just gonna stay. I think the ball stick's helpful if I can like, you know, if I just set it like this, the ball stick's actually pretty helpful. If I just set it like this, but if I set it like this, the flat helps me to keep it in place. So just like a little personal trick. And before, when I worked on my old easel, you know, it used to be a very large, like I used to have like a, you know, one of these, the top parts, and it used to be very long. And I used to also work very small. So, you know, I really had no need for the ball stick. But if you put this round stick on anything, it's gonna slide around. But if you put the flat one, it can still slide, but it's much more sturdy. So that's why. No fancy. No other fancy reasons. Just stability. Alright, let's clean off this brush. Let's get an eyelid. Get an eyelid up in this. And let's see, where's this eyelid go? Right around here. Interesting enough, I've already got the shape of the eyelid, I just don't have the right color. And I think I do the same thing with this other side. So this other side is going to come around with an eyelid as well. Let's go ahead and carve this part of the nose. Let's carve out his nose a little better. So the round part of his nose. This nose is gonna come up and around. Go with a deep red shadow. It's going to come right around the eye. gonna give this eyebrow a little bit more. And this eyebrow, create the shape of this eyelid right here. The brows are fleek, yeah. Let's go. You know what? I have a couple of. Let me see if I can get rid of some of these paint boogers that are on the face here. Clean off this brush. Try to scrape off some paint boogers. Let's see. A little paint booger right here. Did that come off? Yes. Perfect. Came right off. That came right off. I don't think all of them will come off because some of them are from the painting underneath. But most of them came off. All right, perfect. Let's see, where else do I see some of these that might be good to pop them off? This little paint booger right here should come off. Where else can we pull off a paint booger? No, that face is all right. It's got a good paint. It's got a good paint booger. All right, let's see. What can we do? Add the highlight underneath the eye. Let's try to find a highlight underneath the eye. Pink highlight underneath. And then we're gonna come around. And honestly, this side's looking a little wacky. Let's see how we can adjust this. Actually, let me just zoom in on the head instead of trying to. So that's the problem when you're trying to paint. You know, you forget that you have all these wonderful tools at your disposal, such as a zoom function. It's easy to get lost when you're painting. Let's get a nice dark shadow for our nostril here. This will be a very triangular piece right here. And then the nose kind of just like disappears right around there. You know, I don't want to overpaint this. It's not my goal, so I might just add a. I might set a goal to finish this tonight. Even though, I wouldn't call this like a masterpiece, or maybe someone would call it a masterpiece. I don't know. Let me grab this brown red. Let me grab this brown red here. Brows on fleek. Brows on fleek. So we're actually gonna go bring this down over the ear, because his ear is not as distinct as this is showing. So we're gonna bring the ear and a nice dark shadow around the ear here. Let's go nice and dark. The mouth area. And now I'm seeing his eyes. They're like a yellow. They're like a hazel or a yellow. What would you call a color that's like yellow eyes? Maybe just from this angle, Or maybe it's like brown. I don't know, like a brown. So I gotta adjust that in his eyes. Here we go. So I can wipe this off in the hair here. I'm gonna go wipe that off in the hair. Wipe this off in the hair. What we can do, we can add a nice deep shadow. A nice pencil line shadow across the top of the eyelid. Let's go with our let's actually darken our pupil here. Darken our pupil. Now let's get some more of this color. We're going to come around. We're going to create the eye crease. Not blocking, am I? So creating the eye crease. Gives it a more natural feel right here. And honestly, this is too light as well. We're gonna go like that. Go like that. Actually, his hair could be a lot longer too. I think his neck's a little too long. That's all right. Let's let's go find his blonde hair. Around. We're just gonna go down. He's got some pretty long hair actually. Almost like a mullet, but not quite. Not quite there. Not quite a mullet. And let's go bring a shadow around the side of his neck here. I'm gonna bring a shadow around the side of his neck. So why not, right? Shadow. Let me work on this mustache here. How do we get his mustache? So it's like a blonde mustache. So we're gonna go blonde. Let's actually make it. I'm gonna pull out a yellow. Maybe we can exaggerate. Let's start to exaggerate things, right? As we start to get into more detail. Looks like your dad after Christmas lights won't untangle. Is this how your dad looks after the Christmas lights don't untangle? Well, I'm sure your dad's a very cool guy. Your dad just so this is actually Gus Johnson, the YouTuber known as Gus Johnson. And let's go. We're gonna grab a different brush here. I want to use bigger brushes for certain features. You know, not be scared of big brush work. And let's go into the hair here. We're gonna capture some highlight in the hair. Right there. I think that is the funniest comment of the night. Your dad after the Christmas lights won't go on. Genius. That is hilarious. It's gonna shoot down the Christmas lights. Might as well. If they don't work, you might as well shoot it, right? If the Christmas lights don't work, just shoot them. I'm not condoning violence, but if something doesn't work, and you live in a state in the United States that's friendly to guns, which plenty of states in Los Angeles are very gun friendly. I'm not condoning the use of guns. I'm just saying in America that it is an accepted thing. If something doesn't work, why not just do some target practice, right? Why not? Let me see. I'll actually add some. What are some good colors to add into this? Maybe some red. Let's add some red into this. All right, come into here, right around here. Badass art though? Well, thank you. Your dad's gonna shoot the Christmas light in half. Christmas tree in half. Your dad's gonna shoot the Christmas tree, not the Christmas tree. At least give it a season to just chill in the home for a little bit, right? Give it a season. Not the Christmas tree. How could you ruin the Christmas tree? Only if the lights don't work, right? So you better make sure that the lights work every year. Like, how do you even come up with that? This has to. Here's the funny thing, is that has to be a real situation. Someone who's like, that has to be a real situation. You can't really make that up unless it's actually like relevant to your life. Like, I would never make that up. This looks like my dad when the Christmas lights don't work, right? Like, I would never make that up because there's no like there's absolutely no relation of that into my personal life. So this is just hilarious because at some point in B's lifetime, something didn't work, and their dad was like, "Let me just go grab a shotgun." You know, that's just hilarious right there. I mean, hopefully in like the most positive way, right? Like, obviously, nobody was hurt, of course, hopefully. But it's just funny because it must have happened in some way or another. That's the funniest part. All right. What should we do? I think these eyes are okay. Oh, you know what? I got a shadow right here. Use a brush that's a little bit thinner. All right, I need to tighten up this nose here. This is almost like a vertical line here. Let's see if we can bring out this part of the nose. Needs to be just the ever so slightest highlight there. Oh, no. I have to round that part of the nose back out again. And here's where I know if I'm my dad. So I don't know if this gives you any hint of what my dad was like, but my dad was at one point in his life an executioner. So I'm not going to go too much into detail on that, but he was an executioner at one point. So you got to imagine someone like that. Well, someone like that has maybe some personal things that they gotta deal with, right? That's that's as much as I can really give away. Like he was the guy that pulled the switch, right? So I'm sure that's very tough on people, but for some people it just feels good. I don't know. I don't know if it felt good to him, but no need to be sorry. That was his choice. But he was great. I mean, he's still alive. He's a great guy. But just as far as like personal understanding of like, what something like that does to a human being, depending on their personality, it could be rough. It could be very hard, right? So it's not an easy gig. Let's just put it that way. And now I'm just thinking, how far should I put this? How far do I really want to push this? Do I really need to push this that much further? Not really. I could add some like strokes of detail just for fun. Let me see what I could do about just bringing in, just enough shadow, maybe a little bit more, just to dramatize things. Sometimes paintings could be a little boring and plain without enough shadows. So let me see. I need a softer brush here, much softer brush actually. So let's see how we can brush in some shadows here, just underneath the chin. Just bring that across right there. Maybe bring in a little bit detail right there. Make the lip come down a little bit. A little bit of shadow down the lip. And we're going to come like this. A little bit of shadow. And then let's try to find the shadow over here. We're going to bring this down. And a shadow right there. Here, a little bit of shadow just come in here. Just to separate the side of the face. It kind of all flows, but in the image, but I'm gonna give it a little bit more separation. And you know what? We can actually. All right. I actually don't know. I hope that I don't get in trouble for this. Can we switch this to 21 plus, please? If you're over, does the guy know I'm painting him? No. So this is actually a painting of the YouTuber Gus Johnson. So, you know, if you know the YouTuber, you can tell him about this painting. But what was I gonna say? Someone distracted me. I was about to say something. I was about to say something about something really important. Probably not that important, but just mildly important. Let me find. Actually, you know what? I want to put in some green into this guy. Some greens. So let's just add a little bit of green. Just above the forehead here. Let's take some nice yellow. Otherwise, you know, need some more color variety here. Get some yellow around this side. What was I about to say? Somebody. Oh, 21 and up only. All right. This is why I need this to be 21 and up only. Because we're about to draw something. Like, honestly, I don't know. I should check the rules real quick. Because I'm about to portray something that I think is that you're not legally allowed to portray in anything. Like even nudity is more acceptable than this, but I'm not actually sure. Let me see. Let's see what the rules are. Should I just say it? So this shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I know like legal things are always very. Let's see. Google YouTube rules portraying rules showing cigarettes. I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I don't recommend smoking. I'm actually very against tobacco. Like I'm not like against it, like horrible, but just you know I'm not a big fan of tobacco. Don't post content on YouTube if it aims to directly sell, link to, or facilitate access to any regulated goods. Making a sale of these items or facilitating the use of these services. Okay, so I'm not facilitating the use of tobacco. If I'm providing links or contact information, I'm not. Following content isn't allowed. So no hard drug use or recreation, fine. No instructional cheating, okay, or for academic cheating, okay. No poison sale or creation, perfect. I'm not doing that. So that's not allowed. Can I display YouTube rules? Can I display a cigarette? Can I show a cigarette in a artwork? So I'm not smoking. Can you use stock footage of someone? What are you not allowed to show on YouTube? Like I know this isn't like a big deal in general, but I just don't know the regulatory stuff. And I know YouTube's very sensitive. So it looks like as long as I'm not trying to sell a cigarette, trying to sell tobacco or whatever, as long as I'm not trying to sell it, I'm actually okay. So that said, we're not trying to sell it. We're just sharing a photo from a photo, an image. So therefore, I believe it should be acceptable, and hopefully everything's okay. I think worst case scenario, they'll just change my They'll give me a different. They'll just change my advertising ability, I think. I think that's the worst case, so. All right, so we're gonna go like this. Lazy lip. So you don't always have to make a big deal of things, but like, you know, when it comes to YouTube, they can get really strict on stuff. And I can't afford for YouTube to take away my whole channel over something stupid. I mean, I could afford to, but I wouldn't want to. I don't want to anger the YouTube overlords. So I'm not going to push my limits there. And we're just going to go down and boom. Let's actually carve away at some of this. So we're going to go, oops, that's not going to work. I need my green here. My green, and we're going to carve away at some of this. Just go straight, make it more straight and flat. Otherwise it looks like a joint, which that's not what it's supposed to be. Doesn't need to be perfect, but a little bit less bulgy would be nice. Okay, not bad. So there we go. This is the controversial activity of the day. Not too controversial, just, you know, some people are sensitive about this stuff. And now I gotta draw some shadow. Now how can I actually Bubble, you like it? Wow, thanks. Al, thank you. I'd survive. Thank you for enjoying this. This is a painting of the YouTuber known as why am I forgetting his name? Gus Johnson. YouTuber currently known as Gus Johnson. So that's who this is. Very funny YouTuber. Very hilarious, funny YouTuber guy. So funny. So funny, I just had to do a painting of him. And how do I make this feel more natural as far as where this insertion here, the insertion of the cigarette, I need to tighten up. So how do we do that? We're going to go do the top of the lip here. I'm just going to get the top of the lip to just come right over it. So And then let's go a little darker with the shadow. Shadow right around the bottom of the mouth here. We'll go a little bit darker on the shadow underneath where the cigarette's supposed to be. And that'll really help us to, establish certain area of his mouth. Kind of looks like Brad Pitt, like almost looks like Brad Pitt. Not a good Brad Pitt, just almost like a Brad Pitt. And you know what? I got to reduce the his left eye. This eye is just a little bit off, so I want to modify this just a little bit. If I could just cut it off before the nose, that'll be like perfect. That a honker. I don't know what kind of cigarette that is. But, he's not even smoking it, which is good. Not even smoking it. So we're gonna add just a little tip to this. We're gonna add a little outline to the edge of the cigarette here. Let's add a little bit of purple into the lip here. Just want to tighten up some details into the top of his lip. And then add more pink into his other lip. And then I'm not going to do too much more detail after that, but I want to add a little highlight just to the tip. A little highlight just to the tip of his I don't know what you call this little triangle area, but a little highlight right there. Let's add some highlight on the nose, nostril. And let's go. Oh, here we go. So we're going to go right here. And then right here. And Dave says, in middle school, painting your dad, he had a pack of smokes, displayed in a trophy case, shoulder and arm. That's cool. All right. You painted your dad? That's awesome, man. All right, let's see what we can do. I'm going to leave this. It's got some interesting details. I want to tighten up this little section right here. All right, let's actually work on the hands now. Or you know what? Rather than working on the hands, let's put a little bit of detail to the weapon. So a little bit of detail, as in just some highlights that give it away that it's a weapon. So safety first with every weapon, right? Safety, people. Don't use weapons without you. Safety first on everything. Everything. Safety first. Always think of your safety. All right, get a little streak of highlight right there. A little round highlight right there. Let's see, where else can we find little streaks of highlight? We're gonna find just little streaks of highlight right here. And then we're gonna find one nice streak of highlight right around the front of this, thing. I'm gonna keep the gun, the shotgun a little bit loose. We're not gonna get too detailed with it. Doesn't matter that much. It's not about the shotgun, right? But I do want to tighten up the hands. So we're going to go into this hand right now. And let's get honestly, if I still had my TV, I probably would have taken a break by now. But I don't have TV. My TV broke. So now I get to paint a lot more than I ever thought I would. And let's see, we need a nice gap in this t-shirt. This t-shirt needs a nice shadow here. Honestly, I don't even think this thing's like really helping me that much. And let's go. So these gaps are really clean. Now let's find like this. A little separation color. These hands are looking a little, they could be better. But I still don't mind. I don't mind if they're, somewhat rough, because that's the feel of this painting, is this rugged gun guy. So let's see. Let's get fingernails. I think that is something that could really tighten this up. And if we get fingernails in, we can really make this work. So let's round out his fingers right here. We're going to round it out. Just round out his fingers. There we go. Nice rounded fingers. He's gripping it pretty tight. So we're going to add a little highlight along the tip here. Let's get a nice brown shadow. We get a little brown shadow along the bottom of his hand here. So we're gonna come around and just go right there. Nice little brown shadow. Like this. And let's see how we can create a nail bed here. So let's see, about where does this go? I'm trying to think right here. So this comes around. This one's going to be a nice little section right here. And we got, the knuckles right here. Another knuckle right around here. And this kind of curves up. And then this knuckle comes around and is actually right around here. So we're going to bring this knuckle down. And then this is going to be a pinky. So we're going to have the pinky right around here. The pinky. Do I ever turn my painting to get a better angle? Yes, but not right now. Not recently. You know what? Actually, you know what? I don't think I've done that in a long time. I don't think I've done that in a long. It's just kind of like a pain because I gotta unlock. I gotta unlock my whole. I gotta unlock all the wheels and all that. So, you know what? I think what's great is I'm able to look at the camera. And I'm constantly switching back and forth between looking at the camera, seeing what's wrong. That's one great thing about digital painting is when you digital paint, you have the opportunity to like constantly flip the canvas back and forth. But I paint, looking at the screen. I paint and I look at the screen, and although, I don't know exactly what's wrong, like the screen minimizes this whole thing, right, to just this tiny little area. From this to this, and I get to see the whole picture. And I have two cameras, so I get to see both flipped and reverse. And it gives me an opportunity to, see which side is which. Or it gives me an opportunity to really check my details. Now my neighbors are smoking cigarettes. Right? So I was just talking about this, but here they go. They're smoking. I can smell it. Smoky neighbors. Get the nail right there. Highlight right there. I think what we can do is we can bring a highlight right around. Let me get a better. This is a great brush for This is a great brush for carving things away because the point is still really sharp, and it's synthetic, so it keeps it. But it's not so good for these much subtler details that I'm working on. So this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to bring this down. Let's put our highlights in. Trying to avoid doing sausage fingers. I tend to do that a lot, sausage fingers. It's what you do when you're sausage fingers is when your fingers just end up looking like sausages. That could be a problem. So let's see, let's bring some highlight in. We're gonna go to the top of this hand right here and just highlight it out. Let's go highlight, use the white, and just blend it with the area around it. All right, let's see. Let's get a nice, right here. Let's round this out, soften this up. It's time to tighten up the details on his hands. I might need a bigger brush for this. Find a nice pink, maybe a pink off yellow, pink. Let's just see how this goes. Right, let's go right into here. Let's try to find. Let's go like this. So honestly, I like the bottom hands. I think the bottom hands are okay. Not horrible. They're a little rough. I think they're rough in a good way, in like an expressive way. Let's bring a light pink. To the top of this. And some people might wonder, is this Brad Pitt? No, it's not Brad Pitt. It is Johnson. What's his name? Johnson, Gus Johnson. The artist currently known as Gus Johnson. Get this knuckle color right there. I don't know why this hand was so much easier to paint. Maybe I tried too hard on that hand. And I tried too hard to make it like look like something cool. Let's see. Let's go like this. Got the stroke right there. I think this hand actually looks okay. This other hand that needs a bit more work. Let's go back to this other hand here. Let's see where we can find our differences. So this is going to come right here. And then we're going to have a shape right there. Maybe right there. And then bam. Definitely some shadow right into here. And the grip. Shadow at the top of the knuckle here. The shadow right there. And right at the top of the knuckle right there. It's going to come around and boom. Got that good old shadow right there. Let me see, let me find this yellow. I'm gonna grab this yellow, ochre, yellow, red. Let's see. Right, let's come down and I'm getting a little yellow doesn't hurt anybody, so we're getting a little yellow in here. Let's go bring this yellow across. Soften that up. I don't think that worked. Let's see. Too much yellow. There we go, we're getting something a little better. This is just like a nice little blending. Little blend here. A little highlight right here going up the arm. Oh, and you know the other issue is this hand doesn't need to come out that far. This knuckle's a little off. Because it's supposed to be his top knuckle. Oh, this is so wrong. All right, let's go fix this. This is a big issue right now. The big issue is that this hand looks so weird because this top knuckle, it's supposed to be the middle knuckle that sticks out. Actually wasn't too hard of a fix. Let's see. His wrist looks a little smaller though, but maybe that's okay. Let's go. Now let's see if we can use this red. We're gonna grab our burnt sienna. Let's just see if we can use our burnt sienna to carve around the hands here because it's looking, needs to be straight. Like that. It's rough. Maybe it's too rough. Let's go like what I need to do a little bit more. Just bring this wrist up just a little bit. So we're gonna bring this wrist up just a little bit into the shirt. Because the wrist is looking a little too skinny. It's a good way to blend all this. Honestly, I think what I need to do is I should take a break because I feel like I'm getting lazy with the painting. But at the same time, I can't just make an excuse to go watch TV because I don't have a TV. So I really can't take a break. I'm kind of stuck here having to work through the problems. And I kind of, it's like interesting. Usually I use my breaks as an excuse to like do something else, aka watch TV. But since I don't have that as an opportunity anymore, it's like I kind of got to force myself to push myself through the challenges. And we got a sausage finger right here. There's a sausage finger. We can actually keep that sausage finger. We'll keep that one. Let me get a smaller brush. Let me get a even smaller brush here. Actually, you know what? We should get like a. I'm gonna get a. We're actually gonna start cleaning out for brushes. I think I'm almost done. I'm not gonna, we're not gonna take this to multiple days. We're gonna keep this pretty straightforward for this evening. There's some paintings that over the course of multiple days, like you kind of have to because it's commission or whatever. And then there's some paintings that you do for fun, and it's like, you push it to where you feel good. So I really just want to shape this hand here. And then shape this hand. And then how do we get rid of these sausage fingers here? So we definitely have some sausage fingers. The sausage fingers. Just need some black. Let's grab some black here. And I'm using a filbert brush because filbert brushes are really sharp. They're really crisp, and they help you just get these really nice, sharp, clean transitions here. So let's go like this. Let's get rid of these sausage fingers. Oh, I see what needs to happen. Okay. This finger here needs to overlap with the other one. You know what I could do? I could take a really, really small brush and just create the idea of a fingernails. That's not always the appropriate technique. Not always the appropriate technique, but for this case, we're going to go ahead and do it. We're just going to add a nice deep brown here. And we're just going to go into our sections right like this. Just going to give a fingernail. I guess we're done. We're gonna call this one a finished. All right, that was fun. A little 8. Oh wait, you know what? I could probably work on the pants a little bit too. I'm not gonna spend too much time on the hands. Too much more time on the hand. Well, you know what? Throw a signature down there. And let's add a little bit of purple. Just want to add this one streak of, a little streak of shadow. That didn't work, actually. That didn't do anything effective. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Get rid of this. Okay. Let's do a little bit of detail into our jeans. Just a little bit of detail. I'm not getting too crazy into the jeans here. Already did the things that are important. So now we're just going to find some minor details just to push this a little bit further. And how are we going to do this? Let's go. We've got the belt loop. Oh yeah, I need the belt holes. So there's going to be some holes in the belt. So let's capture that. Some little holes. Those are things I didn't see before. Let's add some little streaks of white just to capture all the little design elements of the pants. Not too much, but just enough. A little pocket section right there. Bring that up. That. Boom. Highlight. Bam. You know what? I can actually brush in a little bit of highlight down here, just to give it a little bit extra dimension. Get it really loose. And there we go. I think we're done. We done? I think we're done. Wait, no. What else can we do? We can add a couple little shadows just to give it, some character, some little shadows, a really deep shadow maybe. Let's get a really deep shadow into here. Let's get a good shadow right along the front of this thing. This belt loop. shadows around right there, around the belt buckle, coming down around the loop here. It's really loose shadows. And then right up here, we're gonna bring a little thing right there, little thing right here. You know, every belt has, every pair of jeans has, like, you know, these little notches. I think that's it, people. We have finished. We've finished our painting. Look at that. All right, Boss N, thank you. Boss N. So this is a painting of Gus Johnson, YouTuber Gus Johnson. I know it doesn't look exactly like him. I think it looks more like Brad Pitt than Gus Johnson. Or like a very, like, you know, some hybrid between Gus Johnson and Brad Pitt. But Gus Johnson definitely does not look like Brad Pitt. However, we're wrapping up now. We're wrapping up this painting. And let's call it a day. Call it a night. Cool skill, nothing to make fun of here. You're gonna keep looking for weirdos to make fun of later. Can I do early Kyler? So tonight I cannot do early Kyler. I'm actually about to wrap this up. I don't know who early Kyler is. Honestly, I need it. If it's gonna be somebody, I do request that easy to contact, because, you know, gotta do some social media promotions. And funny enough, I do actually know how to contact Gus Johnson. I just haven't mentioned that yet, but I do know how to contact them. But so, you know, this might be a little bit of a, you know, I happen to know the guy, but unknown Hinson. It helps to know people, know the people. If you have access to them, let me know. But anyway, hey, everybody, take care. Thanks so much for being here. Dave, my goodness, you stayed for a few paintings, so I can only say thank you very much for telling the algorithm how awesome my YouTube channel is. And take care, dude. See you soon. See you all again soon. Hope you all had a great day.